are in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for conduct today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, and let us move to a protest hearing status calendar, is case number 23 PRO 00031. Our first case is Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. Good morning, Mr. Oriende. Mr. Oriende, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, Chairman. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Layla Sidaway, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Yes, that I am present. My name is Layla Sidawi.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. All right, good morning, everyone. I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the records. Let's start with the licensee.
Good morning, Chairman Anderson, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the licensee.
Spell your name for the record, please, Mr. Klein.
Andrew Klein, Kline.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sadaway, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, and who do you represent this morning, ma'am?
Layla Sidawi, Leila Sidawy, and I represent the group of neighbors for ANC2G that have filed complaints against this establishment.
Now, so you're representing one of the protests. Do you represent ANC or do you represent a group? Which one? I'm trying to find out.
A group.
Okay, the group. Now, I saw an email. Who is Mr. Douglas Bunch? Who is he?
I can speak on his behalf. This time conflicted with a work engagement with him at the White House, and he was unable to attend. He notified Dee Dee in advance and said that I could represent both him and the group in this meeting. And Dee Dee confirmed. Thank you, Dee Dee.
And that's what I'm asking. So what group was he? Is he a different group or is he part of your group?
He is an abutting property owner.
Okay, so you're also representing, so you're there. So this morning you're representing the protestant group and also Mr. S. Douglas Bunch, who is the abutting property owner. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you for clarifying.
All right, thank you. Mr. Klein, are there any preliminary matters this morning, sir?
No, there are not. The parties continue to work together, and we're hopeful that we'll reach an agreement, but we do not have one at this point.
All right, Ms. Sitaway, are there any preliminary matters from your side, ma'am?
As Mr. Klein mentioned, Doug and I are working offline with him and with the company, or with the establishment on issues around noise, bass, trash, and rats.
All right, thank you. I didn't realize that my background changed. Sorry, I apologize. All right. Thank you for the representation. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on June 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So June 28th at 1:30 p.m. All right. Where is Miss? Okay. All right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things I would like to instruct you, the applicant, and the protestants about. So the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following the hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're represented, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of your exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point in the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. Also, as you are aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have one. I'm sorry, are you on this case, sir?
This is Alexander Padro from ANC2G. Yes, I am representing the commission on this case.
Oh, I apologize. Can you please identify yourself for the record? I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am Alexander M. Padro. I am chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G. I am substituting for Commissioner Lopez, who was our previous designee for this protest. Mr. Lopez has resigned his office, and we have provided a letter to ABCA with the commission's vote appointing me as the representative.
All right. Yes, sir. I apologize. I apologize that I did not recognize you earlier. I went through and I guess I know that I went into reading the descriptions, but do you have any preliminary matters that that the agency needs to be aware of?
The commission has no preliminary matters. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Sadoway, I see you have your hands raised. Do you have a question or concern, ma'am?
I do. You mentioned forms that need to be completed. I have not received these forms. How will they be sent to me? As well as the very helpful instructions that you've been reading. I would like a written copy of those too, so I can make sure I adhere to all the requirements.
Yes, ma'am. Our legal office will provide you those documents. And the instruction that I'm reading, our legal office will provide that to you to ensure to you and all the parties to make sure that you have have them. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right. So one thing I just want to remind the party, there are what, 3 protestants in this case. If this matter goes to a hearing, since all our hearings are now virtual, all our hearings, you have 1 hour to present your case. And because there's 3 protestants in this case, the protestants would have to, pursuant to section 1612.8, the board is requesting that the protestants designate 1 individual to represent the protest groups at this hearing if this matter goes to a hearing. Okay. And just, Ms. Sadoway, since the ANC is involved in this case, if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the applicant, your protest will fall. However, the abutting property owners, his protest would move forward if he's not a part of the settlement agreement. Yes, ma'am, you have another question? All right. Any questions by anyone before we close this hearing?
None from the applicant, thank you.
All right. We will make sure that the legal office will make sure that the instructions are provided to all the parties. Good luck in your negotiation. If this case is not settled, then we will see you on June 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. All right. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the
You're
board.
welcome. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Mr. Padro. Ms. Sideway. All right. Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar, we now move to our short cause hearing status calendar. Is case number 22-251-00020, Cafe Saint X, license number 116688. Mr. Oriana, again, good morning. Can you elevate the licensee? I think it's Mr. Bianco, the government, Mr. Ortiz, and if there's anyone else on the line.
Good morning. Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Nate Perry, your access has been elevated. Stephen Ortiz, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Perry, who's Mr. Perry, Mr. Bianco? Is that your client?
Yes, it is.
All right. Mr. Perry, if you have a camera, please turn it on, please. All right. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Ortiz, can you please identify yourself for the record and please spell and state your name?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. It's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Richard Bianco for the licensee, RICHARD BIANCO.
Good morning, Mr. Perry. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Nathaniel Perry, managing member of Cafe Saint X.
Can you please spell your name, sir, please?
NATHANIEL. Last name Perry, PERRY.
Thank you, sir. One of the reasons why I ask everyone to spell their names because we have a court reporter.
Yeah, no problem.
And that is to ensure that everyone.
I'm on 2 screens. We're trying to figure out which camera I'm supposed to.
All right. Okay, fine. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right. Thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 17th, 2023 at 1:30. I'm sorry, May 17th at 10:30 a.m. I want to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a hearing 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses with each other and also provide a copy to the agency. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the ABRA board is the ABC board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions?
None from the licensee.
None from the district.
Sure. Thank you very much. If this matter is not settled, then I'll see you on May 17th at 10:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Have a great day. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00006, ABT Liquors license number 112278. This hearing is canceled and offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00085. This case has also been canceled because an offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its consideration. All right. The next case on our calendar, it's a cease and desist hearing for an unlicensed establishment. It's called the Weekend Social Club. And so, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Puente, Mr. Zolikoffer, and also the licensee for the Weekend Social Club, please.
Investigator Kevin Puente, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jeremy Zolikoffer, your access has been elevated. Binyam Gebreyohannes, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Gebranas, if you have a camera, can you please turn it on, please, sir? Mr. Gebri Johannes. Are you there, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, I'm on my laptop. However, I don't know how to use WebEx. How do I activate the camera on here?
We don't see an icon there just to tell you to turn the camera on.
Start video.
Yes.
HD user facing. Change self-view location. Am I able to be seen now?
Not as yet, sir.
I see myself here.
But if you can see yourself, then we probably should be able to see you shortly.
Okay, it says show me everything. Show me with others. Camera. Okay. I apologize. Bear with me a second.
That's fine, sir.
Connect to videos.
If you're having some video problem, we can move on, but I prefer to see folks, especially when they're testifying. But if you don't have a video, we'll move on.
Okay.
All right. Well, so all right. So let me have the parties identify themselves. All right. Let me start with you, Mr. Puente. Please identify yourself for the record, sir.
Good morning, sir. Kevin Puente, KEVINPUENTE, ABRA investigator.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Zollicoffer. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeremy Zollicoffer. It's JEREMYZOLLARCOFFER.
Mr. Gerbian Hannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, sir, and your relationship to this case?
Yes, Chairman. My name is Binyam Gabriel Hamnes, BINYAMGEBREYOHANNES, owner of the Weekend Social Club.
All right. Good morning, sir. All right. This is a fact-finding hearing, sir. As at a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order a party to take any specific action. The board, it's informal. None of the parties are sworn in. We are just gathering facts to make a determination what is the next steps in this case. I think in this particular case, it appears that the board had issued a cease and desist order, which is board order number 2023-185, because the agency received, oh yes, I can now see you. The agency received notification from a neighbor that there was a noise violation going on at the address that you're established at the address. The agency, the investigator went over and saw that there was an event, and they determined that the proper license was not existent for that on that. I think it was on March 10th. It's my understanding that another investigator went back and we also received another noise complaint on March the 11th, 2023. And another one of our investigators went back and saw the same thing that was occurring on March 11th. And so the board issued a cease and desist. You decided that you requested a fact-finding hearing so you can explain yourself. So what we're going to do this morning, sir, is that I'm going to have the two investigators share with the board what was observed on March 10th and March the 11th. The board members are welcome to ask questions of the investigator once the investigators have shared their report. And once the board members have asked questions of the investigators, then you are welcome to ask questions to any of the investigators. And then if you want to give us your position or your business model and explain to us what was going on, that is your option. Now, at the end of the hearing, the options that the board has to take, the board can decide that there's no further act. Well, I guess in this particular case, because the board had issued a cease and desist, so the board then can make a determination, whether or not it is going to lift the cease and desist, or whether or not it's going to keep it in place until you have applied or received a license. So, but as I said before, this is informal. We're just gathering facts to determine what is going on, your business model, and what action, if any, the board should take. Any questions, sir, before we move forward?
No, I fully understand, Chairman Anderson.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so I'll start. Mr. Puente, were you the investigator who went on March 10th?
Yes, sir.
All right. So can you tell us, share with us what happened on March 10th and why were you at the establishment, the address on March 10th, please?
Yes, sir. So about 11 p.m. on March 10th, ABRA Supervising Investigator Jason Prue received a hotline call regarding 1540 North Capitol Street, Northwest, regarding a loud music emanating from the establishment. The caller also advised patrons were entering and exiting the establishment. I conducted a records check and determined that there was no active ABC license for that address. The last ABC license was held in October 2021, and it was canceled. I did a record check for one-day licenses, did not observe any one-day licenses being issued for that address. I did a quick social media check and found the club to be calling themselves as the Weekend Social Club, which had an active website. On the website, it kind of showed a nightclub inside 1540 North Cap. I then proceeded to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection website to confirm if there was a C of O. There were 2 C of Os held for that address. The first floor for a fast food carryout for 12 people, and the second floor for office space only. So at that time, myself and investigator Jeremy Zolokoffer went out to the establishment about 11:45. We contacted DC Fire Marshal's office to have someone respond as well, based off the information what we gathered already. We arrived, we observed the front door open, a security guard at the front door who advised us it was a private event, a private club event, birthday party. I advised them that there's no such thing as private in the city. This spot holds an active C of O, it's a public space. A few minutes later, Mr. Gabriel Hannes came out along with his manager. I advised them the same thing, that there's nothing called private clubs, especially when there's alcohol involved along with the public space permit. I asked who's providing the alcohol. He advised me it was a caterer. At no time could they produce a catering license for us. Investigator Zolokoffer, he went inside with the fire marshal to conduct a walkthrough, and I'll let him speak about that.
I'm sorry, who did you say you're going to have speak to her?
Investigator Zolokoffer, he did the walkthrough inside with the fire marshal's office.
Okay, on the 10th?
Yes, sir.
No, so all right, so Mr. Zolokoffer, why don't you then continue from where Mr. Puente left off, sir?
Okay, so yes, when we first went and entered the establishment on the 10th, we noticed that there was quite a few people on the first floor consuming alcohol. I think there was about 40 to 50 people the first night on the first floor. We've seen people consuming alcohol, dancing, drinking, kind of having a regular night, like an event space. It appeared to be a nightclub scene, and that's what I seen inside on the first night. I don't believe they were occupying the second floor. They were not. It was just the second. It was the second night that they were occupying the second floor, but the first night, they were about 40 to 50 patrons in there on the first level.
All right, so on the 10th, so what action, if any, and I'll start with you, Mr. Puente. So what action, if any, did ABRA take on the 10th?
Yes, so after conferring with the fire inspector, we agreed that the event needed to be shut down due to the C of O only listing 10 people, no more than 15 people inside, and that they had no alcohol license, no catering license. So by that time, it was almost approaching 2 a.m. So Mr. Gibriohannes agreed to shut it down and cleared it out. We advised him that going forward, he would need to either get a catering license or a updated C of O if he wanted more people. Also, because the previous spot, which was the previous spot had a kitchen in the back of that restaurant, so they kind of removed that. So I said you can get the occupancy increase, but you just need to go through the proper channels to get it increased. So yeah, the event got shut down. Everyone cleared out. So then fire, MPD, and ABRA left.
All right. So, Mr. Zolokoffer, what happened on the 11th?
On the 11th, let me see here. Similar thing with approximately 10 p. You want to go over this? Approximately 10 p.m. Investigator Puente and Zolokoffer arrived on the establishment and observed the security guard standing at the front door. Once again, investigator.
Why did you guys go? Why did you guys go back on the 11th?
we received another ABRA hotline call for noise and patrons entering and exiting the establishment. So another ABRA noise complaint that came in through our hotline.
Okay, so all right. So what did you see once you got there on the 11th?
We arrived, sir. The first thing that I noticed was the main entrance door. It was being obstructed with the roll down metal door on the outside, and they had a side entrance which was open. So myself, investigators will call for approached. Investigators will call for entered. Security shut the door and locked it. At that time, I immediately called for MPD assistance. Inside, there was approximately 150 people on the first and second floor. A lady came out, advised me it was a retirement party / birthday party, and she was confused on why ABRA was there. Full transparency, it was a bunch of off-duty MPD officers. I advised them that this spot is not properly licensed. There's no alcohol license. There's no catering license, and they were upset. The off-duty officers agreed that they were going to leave because they didn't want no issues. Inside, just people pouring out from upstairs and downstairs. Again, no catering license could be produced or a one-day license. This time we dumped out all the alcohol, and everyone cleared out. Mr. Gibrianes wasn't there the second night. His manager was, Mr. Mohammed, and I advised Mr. Mohammed the same thing of the previous night, that you guys can't have an event here until you get your occupancy increase, or if you do events, it has to be less than 10 people. Then I advised them that the roll down door cannot be obstructing the front door, especially with people inside and the front door being locked. We did take video of the second night if you would like to see it, sir.
Sure. Mr. Rihanna, please allow Mr. Pointer to share screen, please.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes.
So that's the video, sir. As I pointed out, that's the main entrance right there being obstructed by the outside steel door. So that was my main concern, that they only had one entrance in and out, and it was through a vestibule on the side. And with that amount of people inside, something tragically could have happened if something were to happen. Then I also want to share the website with you, sir. This is the website for the event space. So as you can see, it's advertised as the Waco Social Club, first level,
No,
perfect.
I'm not seeing the website, sir. I'm still seeing.
Can you see it now, sir?
No. I saw it briefly, but then it disappeared. So.
All right. How about now?
Yes. Okay. Well, this is still a video, I believe. Okay. All right. This is it. All right.
Yeah, so this is the Weekend Social Club website that I found, which shows the inside of the establishment. It advertises event space. Up here, there's rates and services for the first and second floor, which says 175 guests for the first floor, which I don't think can go that high based on my experience. The second floor as well, 75 guests, which I think is a little too much based on my experience as well. It has a catering policy. There was no caterer on both nights at the location. So that's it, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Zolikoff, anything else you want to add?
No, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by any board members of both investigators?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a question, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Either one of you investigators can answer this question. Let's go to the first night, which was March 10th. What time did you get there on March 10th?
Oh, we arrived about 11:45 p.m.
What time? And also, you said there was a fire department person who came out also.
Yes, sir.
What time did the fire department person get there?
He arrived, I want to say about 30 minutes after us, so closer to midnight or a little bit after midnight.
What was determined after the fire marshal got there on the 10th?
He said the CFO said exactly what I showed him. Office space on the second floor, and the first floor, no more than 15 people inside. And we agreed that with that amount of people inside, it was they couldn't have that many people inside, so he had to clear it out.
Okay, so on that particular night, exit and egress, how many doors were available for people to enter or egress on the 10th?
They had 2 doors open.
Is there a front and rear, or are they both on the front or on the side, or how
They're
they
both
situated?
they're both
Default to what?
on the front side on North Capitol Street.
So there's no rear?
I didn't see any when I was there.
So everybody coming and going has to come in from North Capitol Street?
Yes, sir.
So if there's an incident on North Capitol Street, how do people get out?
That's a good question, sir.
Okay, now, how about, let's go to March the 11th. What time did you get there on March the 11th?
We got there approximately around 9:30 p.m.
What did you observe when you got there on the 11th?
They only had 1 door open for egress and egress, and the main front door was obstructed by the roll-down steel door.
How many people approximately were in the building?
I would say somewhere near 150.
And the C of O that was on record says only 15 on the first floor and only office space on the second floor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did the fire marshal's office respond on the second night?
I called them, but they didn't get out there until after. Since it was a lot of off-duty cops, they agreed that they were just going to shut it down because they didn't want no issues.
Well, so again, when was the cease and desist order issued?
It was shortly after this, about a week after.
Were they still operating up until the cease and desist order came in?
I did not see them. We've been monitoring it, but I know approximately 2 weeks ago, 2 investigators went by on our night shift and observed an event occurring. I believe it was an illegal cannabis event.
So in spite of a cease and desist issued by the ABCA officials, they were operating illegally. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that night end up?
Let me check my records real quick. I believe the investigators. I'm not sure, sir. I'm having a hard time locating the email that the investigator sent me.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to find out is, and I know knowing that you're not a public safety expert, but in your time as a ABRA investigator or ABCA investigator, do you think that the conditions there were unsafe?
Yes, sir.
And the fire marshal's office did tell them to close it down?
Oh, yeah. After me and the inspector conferred for a few minutes, he agreed that it needed to end.
Has there been any further monitoring by the agency since
Oh,
March
yes, sir.
10th and March 11th?
Yes, sir. I've been going by on my nightly when I work nights. I've been going by.
How many have you observed any other activities there as far as illegal activity?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the report.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I just want to ask, do you have, all right, no other questions? One final question before I turn to the owner. Did either investigator have any conversations with the landlord of the property?
No, sir, not the landlord.
Okay, fine. All right, Mr. Gerber, Giannis, you're free to ask questions of the investigators, or maybe you can explain to us from your perspective what's going on, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. On 410, when the two ABRA officials stopped by and stopped us during our event, he did ask and request any sort of licensing. And I did partner with a Louis J. Matsikis, who owns a catering company. However, unknowingly, I didn't know it was based out of Virginia. He had told me it was registered in DC, and this is the sheet I presented to official Kevin Puente in an attempt to show him that we were operating in compliance. And then he in return stated that this was not a DC registered company. He attempted to look up the licensing under that name. And that's when I found out we weren't running under correct compliance. So up until then, I was under the assumption that I was running compliantly with DC regulations. Just a quick rundown on my business. We are not a nightclub. We have a nightclub setting or a bar and lounge setting. However, my business is revolved around giving residents, all local people, the space to rent by the hour for whatever affair, which is mainly birthday parties. I have clients such as Kip DC. The other event that he stopped the following day was a retirement and 50th birthday for an MPD official. I create a safest space for residents, locals to throw a private event, which requires a guest list, and it's usually maintains friends, family, co-workers. I am less likely to have any type of, problems or issues at our establishment. Now, after knowing that the second event following 4/11, I did mention this issue with my client for that following day. And she mentioned she had a caterer who was also licensed in DC. And she said that they will be there to drop off food and present. However, miscommunication, the caterer was not present, the food was present. But even still, after finding out throughout the weeks that, you have to have the caterer present, the food present, license present. This is my first business in DC, so it has been a hurdle learning all the rules and regulations here. Since then, I have not operated with any events that required alcohol. I was stopped on March 31st by the same two officials that Kevin had mentioned. However, we were compliant. I partnered with Tony and Henry from Grub Rockstar Catering, who are registered in DC and have a kitchen, I think, on 10th Street, if I'm not mistaken. And that night we presented the license, food was present, a receipt for alcohol that was purchased prior was present, and that was all confirmed by the two officials that were there, and we were allowed to continue the event that evening. Following after, we were also stopped on 420 with another agent. Was on a Thursday. I think his name was Matthew. He also then did his routine checkup of how, ABRA does to make sure we're under compliance. That event had no alcohol involved. It was more of a vendor pop-up style event. He did his routine check and also checked out and allowed us to continue for the evening. Those were the only 2 days that ABRA officials came. Aside from that, I've only had kids parties, 16th and under birthdays, to just remain compliant and stay afloat as far as my business goes. For compliance, or just to update Occupancy, I've been working with Daniel Calhoun and Abdul Mizakir, sorry if I'm not saying that right, in order to get the correct CFO and up my occupancy load for both floors. Aside from that, yeah, I have not operated for several weeks. The only two events I've had was on the March 31st and 4/20th. And then lastly on 4/23, which was recent, which was also an event that didn't have any alcohol involved or present. Aside from that, yeah, the business that I have is just revolves around private event space. That's what I was trying to explain to Officer Kevin Puente and his partner. We don't operate like a nightclub. My main source of income for this company is the space rental. Everything else would be a secondary source of income. So right now I'm in the middle of just doing a temporary partnership with Grub Rock Star Catering, and then applying for my own license. If I'm able to, with ABRA being lenient enough to remove the cease and desist, so I continue the process.
All right, let me ask you a question. So,
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm so good.
Sorry to interrupt. I do have a rear exit. They just never went far back enough to check.
All right. So, on the 10th, so who purchased the alcohol on the 10th?
Say that again.
Who purchased the alcohol on the 10th?
I have my partner who's a third-party member. I only rent the space. Everything else is
But who
third party.
All right, so okay, so you rent the space, and so but whose event was it? So you said that you rent the space.
Correct.
So who brings in the alcohol and the food or whatever that's served there? Who's in charge of that?
At the time, it was the Louis J. Matsikas. And then following after was Tony and Henry from Grub Rock Star Catering, which was, sorry.
All right, so you're saying on the 10th that when we got there, there was a Virginia caterer. That's what you're saying, and I think you showed us some document, but you were told that that person was not a licensed caterer in DC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then on the 11th, when there was another event, when we went back there on the 11th, I was told that alcohol was there. So who was the person who provided the alcohol during that period?
That was just the remaining alcohol from the present day. I just wanted to make sure that the caterer that was there was properly licensed in order to be able to have it for consumption.
But you can, you can't. All right, I'm not. All right.
For me, the rules are all new. I'm just now finding out, all the rules and regulations for how this works.
All right. Now, our investigators testified, and I know you were not there on the 11th, but the investigators testified that, all right, so who provided security? Who provides security for, who provided security on the 10th and the 11th?
I provide the security for the establishment.
You provide the security?
Yeah, I hire the security, yes.
Now, why is it that the security did not allow our investigators to go in on the 11th? What was that all about?
I have no clue. I told them after hearing that situation, anytime forth, you must allow ABRA to come in and do their job. The last two times that they did, they did so. He gave them no issues. They walked right in. The man and the other two ABRA agents that were on March 31st, 4/20.
Now, what is the current occupancy of the building? I mean, I saw the video. So it looks like a large space, but do you have an updated certificate of occupancy for the building?
It's currently pending process. If you may know, it does take several weeks to several months in some cases. When I first got both my first CFOs, one took nearly 2 months, the other one almost 4.
And so the current certificate of occupancy, what does that state?
This one says 12 with a max of 27 collectively.
So if you have a certificate of occupancy, sir, that says 12, how can you have more than 12 people in the facility?
Again, I didn't even know what that was on that sheet until that day, the first time we got stopped and the fire marshal explained. Now, this is my first business in DC. A lot of this is new to me, unknowingly operating. No real excuse. I am learning as I go, but that is the truth.
All right, so you also stated that you're the one who hires provided security. So who are these people that you hire for security? Where do they come from?
Local ones that work at other like nightclubs, referrals. Anthony just happens to be a good guy. I just keep strict. We're on North Capitol. I want to make sure my clients are safe. These are private events. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
You're having private events, but you're having private events that are in a commercial space. If you're having private events, because you can have a private event in a house, in a private house, and we do not have any jurisdiction over a private house there. But if you're having an event in a commercial space there, you have to have and if you're serving alcohol, you have to have a license. You either have to have a license, you either have to apply to us for a one-day license, or you have to have a caterer who provides the food, and the alcohol is incidental to the event. And that caterer has to be there the entire time.
Understood, Chairman.
And if you can apply from our agency for a temporary one-day license. However, when you apply for a license, or even if you apply for a permanent license, you have to give us a certificate of occupancy. And the agency would not grant you a license for more than what's on your certificate of occupancy. So if your certificate of occupancy says 12, or if you come tomorrow and apply for a one-day license, we're going to give you, if we think you qualify, a one-day license for 12 people, because your certificate of occupancy says not more than 12 people can be there, or whatever it says. So your certificate of occupancy, you can't have our license, whatever license that if we were to give you a license, it cannot exceed your certificate of occupancy. That is what controls. Now, we might say your certificate of occupancy might say 100 people, but we might give you a license that says 80 people. And if we give you a license that says 80 people, if you're going to serve alcohol, only 80 people can be there, not 100.
Understood, Chairman.
So do you have any idea, sir, when is it that you will get an updated certificate of occupancy?
I'm working diligently now with the 2 gentlemen that I've mentioned. I've also requested my landlord to bear with me on rent for at least 2 months, as you know, we're paying pretty high rent over here. Hopefully within the next 4 to 8 weeks, I should be able to have an updated CFO with a new occupancy load that fits more of my business needs.
Now, all right, who was the caterer that was there on the 11th? I know you said it was a Virginia caterer was there on the 10th. So who was the caterer was there on the 11th?
It actually was the same person that I'm currently partnered now, Tony and Henry. But again, there was miscommunication. They just did their job, which was to drop off the food, and they weren't present the entire time. So therefore, no license nor the owners of the license were present, just the food.
So they just drop off the food. So, and you use the alcohol that you had left over from the night before.
Correct, from the previous caterer.
And that the previous caterer from Virginia, they're the ones who went and bought. So they're the ones who went and bought the alcohol and brought.
They're the ones who provide, correct.
Now you said Tony and Henry. I mean, is that the name of the catering company, or
No.
individual? What's the name of the catering company?
Grub Rockstar Catering.
I'm sorry, what?
Grub Rockstar Catering.
Grub Rockstar Catering.
Correct.
GRUB. Rock. Is it one word or two words?
It's two separate words. Grub.
So Grub Rockstar Catering.
Correct. Correct.
While I'm asking the question, could one of the investigators check to see? Is that the name? All right. Could one of the investigators check to see if you find that name, Grub Rockstar Catering? So you're saying that these are the people. These are the people that you currently contract with to provide alcohol and if I guess whatever events you're having. Is that correct?
Yes, under the assumption that I'm able to continue business, they are who I'll be working with. So in the midst of the time that I was off, I was looking for companies to work with, and they're the ones I settled.
Now, you know that even if you have a licensed caterer who's going to come and provide alcohol and food, that if your certificate of occupancy still says 12, you're still going to have a problem.
Yes, I won't operate until the CFO occupancy is fully updated with the correct number that or the suggested number that they give us for the space that we have.
All right, Mr. Puente.
Yes, sir. Grub Rockstar Catering. It's active. It looked like they got their first license in July 2022, and they just renewed their catering license on March 13th, 2023 for the next year.
All right, so they are a licensed caterer in DC, and as a licensed caterer, aren't they supposed to provide the food and the incidental alcohol, not just drop food off? But all right, I'm not. All right, I'll leave that alone. All right, let me see. So let me ask you another. I want to ask you one more question about the security, sir. So you said that you hired. How do you find these? How do you find the security again? Who you utilize for the place?
It's been the same gentleman since we started the company. I was referred from a friend who he works for. I think it's on a club on 9th Street. But I use security because we require guest lists for our event because we're not, open to the general public. If let's say any member here had a birthday party, assuming we had a occupancy load for like 50 people and you had 50 guests coming, then the event takes place, the security would check ID, do a routine pat down and make sure you're on the guest list for the host event.
All right. Any questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And please forgive me, sir. I'm not going to try to pronounce your name.
No worries.
I'll just call you the business owner. Can you give us your background on business of any type?
Yes,
In your
so
life, just anywhere, anytime you've been in business, anywhere, even other than DC.
yes, I own Elite Prints that's in Alexandria, Virginia. Um, I have a marketing background and we do commercial screen printing and embroidery. I have a lengthy list of corporate clients, a lot of schools, businesses, small businesses. Um, but for the most part, that's just commercial printing for screen printing and embroidery. Some of my clients are also out here, like is it DPW or DPR? Yeah, one of the companies. They do like kids uniforms for basketball, Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, well, I'm trying to stick with your business model here in Washington D.C. I don't think you're gonna be printing anything out of your location on North Capitol.
No, no.
Okay, so
This.
let's stick with that.
Okay.
Now you sound like you've been educated quite well and you speak quite well. Thank you for that. Now, didn't you have a clue that you needed to read books or read the codes and regulations for the city before starting to operate a business in the District of Columbia?
To be honest, I just went head first. When COVID came by, my business went bad, and I just did some research on event space and chose a space. And just to
Okay.
reiterate, my business model is rental of space. Anything extra, I try to outsource to third party. Whether it's food, beverages, decor, birthday signs, doesn't matter. My main
Okay,
focus
well,
is just
that sounds great. Now, what I want to get to is on March the 10th and March the 11th.
Yes, sir.
Just alleged, and I'm glad nothing did happen bad, but suppose someone had got injured or hurt, or even there was a death. Who would be responsible if you went to court in the District of Columbia and the judge asked you, how did these people wind up dead? What would you say?
To be honest, it would be my fault, maybe from not following coordinates, I guess. As he mentioned.
What do you think the judge would say to you after you gave that answer?
I'm not sure.
Okay, not a problem. I really think if I could suggest anything to help you, and that's what this board's here to do, I think you need to get a copy of all the rules, regulations, guidelines. I think you need to probably go to our website. I think you need to call our office and ask how you could operate your rental business when it comes to the sale, service, and delivery of alcohol in the District of Columbia. And I'm quite sure anyone you talk to in our licensing division will be able to give you a full information regarding how to operate safely and properly in the District of Columbia. We can't make you do anything. We can only ask. And the only thing I'm going to ask you is, will you please give our office a call and find out what you need to do before you get your C of O and what you plan to do with your business model? Can we agree that somebody would do that?
Yes, I appreciate the information.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Sir, you may have stated this, but when was the first time in DC that you had an event like this? Like I think a birthday party or retirement or some type of event where alcohol was being served. When was your first one?
Are you stating our first time being open?
You don't have a license, so I don't know what you mean by being open. I'm just asking. You said that due to the pandemic, like many people, we all suffered economically, and if I heard you right, that's when you decided to do this kind of event. So I'm asking, when was your first one?
Oh, okay. This was with Rebel Taco before they shut down. So we were more of a promoter at that time. So they were fully licensed. They're on U Street. And I took my model, which is booking events, but I book them through other venues. So because I didn't have my own, I would service these events at other venues as I do now. Some of the events that I book go to Ozio's, 1831 on M Street, and DC Capitol Bar and Grill. These are all partnerships I've built in the last few months. So I provide a service for them, which is also an increase in business for them.
So once again, if I understand what you're explaining, is that you've been doing similar events since 2020, 2021?
2021, yeah, 2021.
And you mentioned some names of licensed establishments. In any of these situations, did the licensee explain to you that you needed to get a license of some sort from the city or the ABC? Did any of them ever say anything to you about asking your credentials?
At the time, no, because I didn't have a venue. I didn't get my venue until 2022. These were already established venues. So all I did was create a website to book events, make my booking fee, and have a venue for my clients to have host these events. And these are all licensed locations.
Okay,
So
so now you use the term venue. So in your thinking, this fact situation that we're talking about here based on this investigative report is because it's at your venue?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
You use the term venue. So was it in your, so you now have a venue? Is that what you're, when you did these two events, was it in your thinking that that was your venue? Because you used the term, I'm just trying to understand what your business model is and whether or not you follow any city's procedures on getting the right type of licensing, insurance, etc. So you used the term venue. So in your mind, when you booked these two events, was that your venue?
Are you talking about the events for the 10th and the 11th?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, so my space would be the rental space, correct?
So in your mind, that rental space was your venue.
Correct.
And what is the name of your company?
The Weekend Social Club?
And is that registered with the city at all?
Yes.
And where is it registered?
It's I have a copy if you want me to pull out the copy.
No, sir. I'm just asking you, which agency did you register with?
Under DC. So I filed my regular LLC, then I got a basic business license and also 2 trade names under whichever website that we're able to do so. And that's how I filed to even get my CFOs.
But you don't, if I follow the fact situation, you don't have a C of O.
I do have 2 CFOs.
For this particular location?
Yes, they might be under Vibe Lounge, which was the old trade name, but I bought the Weekend Social Club trade name and added it to my, the business in order to change the name over.
So you actually have a C of O in the name of the Weekend Social Club?
No, that's my trade names. It's Haru Group LLC. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have a C of O, and that C of O is for the location where these two events were.
Correct.
And where and who were you purchasing the alcohol from, a wholesaler or the alcohol for the first night? Just help me understand. Who did you get that alcohol from? I think you've stated it. I just wanted to
The
make sure I
third-party
understood.
member, it's the Louis J. Masenkis representative.
Who are they?
At the time, I thought they were a licensed caterer in DC, but they're licensed in Virginia.
Did you have insurance for this space that you say you have a C of O for? Did you have business insurance,
Yes.
liability insurance?
Yes.
You do.
Yes, with Liberty.
Chairman, I think that's all. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what was the thinking of this individual. Thank you for your answer, sir.
All right.
My pleasure.
All right, Mr. Garanis, I want to get some clarification because I think a lot of us are confused. So you have this business called the Weekend Social Club. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And can you please once again explain to us what is your business model?
The business model is the rent, the ability to rent the space for their private venue. A host is able to go on my website, choose either my venue or venues that I partnered with, and check for availability on the dates that they're looking for to host either a private birthday party, corporate affair, Sweet 16, whatever the case may be, along upgrades of having decor, and then have their event on the date that's chosen after they, process a fee for the booking.
All right. So what is it that you provide? So I go on your website and I rent your space for a birthday party. What is it that you provide me?
So I provide the space, an on-site manager, and security. And then I require them to either have a caterer or, hire one through us at the time, which would either be the Lewis that I had, or they would provide their own. So I've adjusted my model since to where it's now through Grub Rockstar Catering Company, who's licensed, because I don't want to take the risk anymore and follow coordinates. So all events from here on out, if they're at my location, then it has to be catered for food and beverages through Grub Rockstar. If it's any other venue, these other venues are fully licensed, such as Ozio's, 1831, and DC Capital Bar and Grill on East Capitol Street. They will then take care of the host with the other services that they offer. But aside from that, I would just keep my booking fee for sending them the business.
All right. So you create the space, and if they want to serve food and alcohol, then they either have to go to your preferred caterer, or they have to get their own caterer to cater the event. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're similar to like a banquet hall. We just have a bar and lounge setting. So a banquet hall is another space that would just rent, that would be available for rent. A caterer would be available. I'm not sure if they're allowed to bring their own food and alcohol, but from back in the day cases, that's how it used to be. But I just provide a scenery that my clients prefer, which is a bar and lounge setting.
And so you provide a manager and you provide security. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is it that the manager does?
He just runs the operations, make sure my clients are catered to. If they see, if they need tables utensils, just all of the above. Anything that my clients need, they will attend to.
All right.
Now, that's solely for my location. At other venues, the other venues would be responsible as far as staff and customer service.
Just, you have been, I guess the way you've explained before is that you have been acting as a promoter for other venues. So, and other venues that they have, you provide the clientele, or you provide the remote, you provide the clientele and are the referral, but now you decided that you want to be the venue. So that's that's now your new business model. It's like you now want to operate your own venue. All right. So are you thinking about applying for a license for this establishment?
Yes, Chairman. After doing some research, after being stopped on the 10th and 11th, I ceased all operations regarding alcohol. That way I can move forward and attempt to get a license of my own and also update the occupancy load within my property.
So what is it that, okay, so you said that you have a landlord, so the building, so you're renting the space, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what is it that, what type of establishment is it that your landlord believes that you are operating?
He knows I'm running an event-based business.
All right. Any questions by any of the investigators, any of the board members want to ask before I try to wrap this hearing up?
Mr. Chairman, I know I've had the privilege of asking a couple questions, but
yes, Mr. Grandis, yes.
Now with this dialogue, I thank you, sir. When you went to this particular space about these two of which the investigation report's about, you met with the owner of the building or a tenant that was leasing the space that you are now using?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
When you located this particular space as the subject of these 2 nights investigation, had you gotten a lease from either the landlord who owns the whole building or that portion of the building, or a tenant that was renting the building or a portion of that building that you used?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question, but if I do have a lease here, if that's what you're asking.
From whom?
From Said or Atola Momenian.
I'm not stating myself well enough for you to understand the question. I'm not concerned about the person's name at this point, but did that person represent themselves as the owner, okay, deed, owner of that building or the premises of the area that you're using? Or did that person represent themselves as a tenant who has a lease from the owner for that building or that portion of the building? Because I'm utterly not following what the chain of ownership is. So who did the person who gave you permission? Was that person the owner of record of the building or the space that you're using, or the tenant?
No, that person was the owner of the building who gave me the lease.
Okay, the owner of the building.
Correct.
And did the owner of the building in that lease give you permission to sell alcoholic beverages? Is that in the lease that you have?
Yes.
Well, if you're not clear, that's fine. I'm sorry.
I would have to double check, but to my knowledge, yes, he knows I'm currently running an events-based business, which also may consume alcoholic beverages.
Well, that he may know that, but it may not be in the lease. Okay, so let's move on from there.
Mhm.
If that is the case, that the person that you have permission to be in that space knows you're going to be selling alcoholic beverages, did they ask you for a copy of your ABC license or one-day license or anything from the ABC agency?
No, I was not asked so.
And it was in your mind until this hearing that you could just go find a space in DC, regardless of how it's licensed or permitted or C of O, that you simply could go there and have a party that sells alcoholic beverages? I'm not challenging you. I'm just trying to get your thinking that you could just go anywhere in the city and just have a special event for a birthday or whatever without city knowledge and approvals.
Not exactly. So when I first, wanted to have my own space, I knew that, we did have to get CFOs. And for me, that was just being able to say that I operate the space, but not knowing in full detail, occupancy load, et cetera, et cetera. But no, I wasn't just getting a space in order to just, have alcohol to serve and consume. I knew that I at least needed a caterer if I didn't have a ABC Class C license or a temporary license. This entire time, I told you I was under the assumption that the current caterer that I was working with was licensed and registered in DC. After finding out afterwards, unknown.
Assumptions can be dangerous. So you didn't even inquire if the caterer was licensed in DC.
Well, no, he presented me this sheet that I had showed to the first agent, and that's
Okay.
when he acknowledged that this isn't a DC caterer's license.
Right.
My profession.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, you say you have 2 CFOs, if I heard you correctly?
Yeah, one for upstairs, one for downstairs. I was
And
required to do so.
the one for downstairs, what is the occupancy on that CFO?
From my memory, it says 12.
And were there
upwards.
12 or less people in that space when our investigators went?
It was more than 12.
On the second floor, you say you have a CFO, sir.
Correct.
What is the CFO for? Is it for a restaurant? Or is it for office space? What does it say on that CFO?
It just says office space.
And did you have people that were part of the event on the first floor accessing the second floor on those 2 evenings?
Not on both evenings, just on the second affair.
So in one of the evenings, you knowingly had a CFO that clearly said office, but you allowed individuals to go on the second floor.
Yes, to be honest, a CFO stating that if it's office space, if I'm unable to rent my space for event use, whether it's an office or a bar or a kitchen space, I assumed at the time the space is space and that I can use.
Sir,
to be able to
assumptions can be dangerous.
Mhm.
Imagine if there was an emergency in that building. Up till now, even the expectations of people who are there is that you have the right licenses so that they know that they're safe in that space. So I want to thank you. I'm just thinking that there's some education that you need to put yourself through to be a responsible business person offering alcohol in the city.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, I'm going to bring this hearing to it. I'm going to bring this hearing to an end. All right. The board will make a determination. The board will take this matter under advisement whether or not we're going to lift the cease and desist. But the only thing I will leave you with, sir, today, Sir, you have a commercial space, and if you are going to allow, if in order for alcohol to be served, even if alcohol is being given away in a commercial space, a license is required, and a license can be obtained either by you applying for a license from the agency, a permanent license, a one-day license, a temporary one-day license, or you utilize a caterer. And both, and if a one-day license is being utilized, the license owner or an ABC manager has to be there for the entire period. Or if there's a caterer that if it's a catered event, the caterer provides food. Alcohol is incidental to the food, and either the caterer or ABC manager has to be at the event the entire time. Okay, so that's where we are. But the board will take this matter under advisement, and we will let you know as soon as possible whether or not we are going to lift the cease and desist, or whether or not it will remain in place until further action. Okay, do you have any questions, sir?
No, I just like to say it is, I mean, I take full responsibility, obviously, for my failure of not fully understanding compliance. And I just like to request some leniency in giving me a second chance in order to be compliant and run this operation correctly.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You do the same. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Our next case is case number 21 CMP 00073, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 71793. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee and any witnesses in this case, please?
Gaynor Jablonski, your access has been elevated. Stephen Ortiz, your access has been elevated. Investigator Christopher Condon, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Mr. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia, STEPHEN ORTIZ.
Mr. Jablonski, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hi, Gaynor Jablonski, GAYNOR JABLONSKI, owner of the Ugly Mug.
Thank you. This matter is scheduled for full show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, fine.
No, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. All right. The way this will occur, is that the government will be given an opportunity to make an opening statement. Once the government gives an opening statement, the licensee can also either give an opening statement or defer at the moment until he presents its case. The government will call its witness. Once the government calls its witness, the licensee will get an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once the licensee has cross-examined the witness, then the board will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once the government has rested, then the licensee will call its witnesses and vice versa. Mr. Jablonski, do you have any witnesses you're going to call, sir?
No.
All right. Now, I just want to make sure that that we're not elevating, that there's not someone in the wings who needs to be elevated. All right. So let's start then with the government. Mr. Ortiz, do you wish to make an opening statement, please?
Yes, I'd like to make a brief opening statement.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Chairperson.
No, I said go ahead. Please,
Okay.
go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. We are here today in the show cause matter of the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, an establishment located at 723 8th Street in Southeast in Washington, D.C. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charge that the licensee allowed a promoter to provide security for the licensed establishment in violation of DC Code Section 25-797B. The evidence will show that on November 5th, 2021, and into the early hours of November 6th, 2021, the establishment had a promoter. The evidence will show that on those dates, the promoter provided its own security guards. The district will be calling investigator Christopher Condon, and he will testify that the licensee, Mr. Jablonski, told him that there was a promoter and that the promoter provided security. Thank you.
Mr. Jablonski, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or you defer until you present your case, sir?
I'll defer until I present my case.
All right, fine. Does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, I'd like to call ABRA investigator Christopher Condon.
Mr. Condon, can you please raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your witness, sir.
Thank you. Now, investigator, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My first name's Christopher. Last name's Condon. Christopher. Last name's Condon. Condon.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And what is your position?
Investigator.
All right. And how long have you been an investigator?
About 3.5 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
Conducting inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments in the city.
In the city of Washington, D.C.?
Correct. Sorry. District of Columbia. Yep.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the establishment called the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon?
I am.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
I'm familiar because I was assigned a simple assault case that occurred on Saturday, November 6, 2021.
All right. And did you create a case report for this investigation?
I did.
All right. At this time, Mr. Chairperson, I'm going to direct you to a document marked Government Exhibit 1 for identification. I'm not sure if I'm able to.
Are you trying to? Do you want him to? Are you trying to share your screen, or tell me what you're trying to do?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to share my screen now. I was just making sure that I was able to share it. That I had to.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Ortiz to share his screen, please?
Access has been elevated.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Zoom out. Our investigator, are you able to see this document?
You're not sharing your screen, sir.
Yeah, I don't see anything on your screen.
Okay. Yes, now you are.
Okay, I can see it.
All right, so I'm going to scroll through it rather quickly. Now, scrolling back to the top, what is this document?
This is my investigative report that I drafted.
And when did you draft it?
November 8th, 2021, approximately around November 8th.
And for what establishment did you draft it for?
For the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon.
And is this document fair and accurate document of your case report that you created for the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon on November 8th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government will like to enter Government Exhibit 1 and its attachments as an exhibit.
So move, and Mr. Javante, this is it's part of the agency's record, so it's a matter of law. It's part of.
Understood.
Go ahead.
All right. Now, can you please describe the events that led to the investigation of the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon?
Sure. So on November 8th, Monday, November 8th, 2021, I was referred an MPD report that alleged a simple assault occurred on Saturday, November 6th at about 2:30 in the morning. It was basically an assault that had occurred. I conducted interviews with the victim, the owner, Mr. Jablonski, the manager that was on scene during the incident, Sean Smith, as well as James Richards, who was a general manager. Basically, an assault occurred, and through interviewing those three individuals, I also determined that basically security was provided by a promoter that they utilized during the night in question. So, and that promoter provided their own security for the establishment.
All right. And how do you know that there was a promoter?
I knew there's a promoter because Sean Smith admitted to it when I visited to gather more details on November 8th. I also spoke with Mr. Jablonski that night. He also admitted security was provided by the promoter. And then I also met on November 11th with James Richards, and he admitted that there was security provided by the promoter.
And did you verify? Strike that. Did you verify online that there was a promoter for the establishment?
I did. After the fact, I've verified it via social media, and I have that as Exhibit 3, and it shows First Fridays on Capitol Hill, Friday, November 5th, 10:30 p.m. to 3 in the morning.
Now, directing your attention to page 12 of Government Exhibit 1. Is this the promotion that you were referring to?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, regarding the security, you indicated that you spoke to Mr. Jablonski, correct?
That's correct.
And what did he tell you about the security?
Mr. Jablonski said that the promoter named Daryl, at the time he didn't know his last name, provided security for the event that was happening that night.
All right, and you also spoke to the general manager, Mr. Richards, correct?
That's correct. A few days later on Thursday, November 11th.
And what did he say regarding the security?
He said security was provided by the promoter during the night in question.
Now, is that the same thing that the ABC manager, Sean Smith, said?
Correct. They both said that.
All right. And after you concluded your investigation, did you find that the establishment allowed a promoter to provide security?
Yes.
All right. At this time, the district does not have any further questions.
Any questions, Mr. Jablonski?
Yes. Investigator Condon, do you remember that when we were talking, how I was explaining to you that this was one of the first events that we did right at the beginning of when we were coming out of COVID, and that it was an older gay crowd, and that I had worked with them to make sure we had the right type of security promoter that the crowd was comfortable with?
I don't recall that conversation.
Do you remember us discussing the simple assault and how I explained to you that it was basically a lover's quarrel, and that there were two guys that had dated and they were fighting, and that's what this caused?
I don't remember the specifics outside of what I have in the report, just due to this passage of time.
Do you remember that I explained to you that since the Ugly Mug is not normally known as a gay bar and that this is an older gay black crowd, that I relied on the promoter to suggest securities, but we used a company called AP Security, and that we paid them, not the promoter?
I don't recall that conversation at all.
Okay. So from 2 years ago, you recall?
I can't hear you, sir.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't have an office. I work out of my car, literally. So I'm sitting in my car, and I'm on my phone. And we have a Manchester City game today, and everybody and their brother's calling to see if we're open. I don't know why they keep calling. Of course we're open. So from 2 years ago, all you remember is that we talked about that I did have security and the type of crowd that was there, and that it was supplied by there, but you have no proof of anybody paying for it. You never saw the promoter pay for it either.
The recollection I have is what's in the report. I have recollection that you said security was provided by the promoter named Daryl for an event called First Fridays.
Yes, I'm not disputing that I didn't say that, but there was also 3 or 4 sentences afterwards explaining.
I don't recall any
what that meant. Okay. I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grant.
Thank you. Sir, just help me understand, because I don't see what you're talking about in the report from the investigator. What's the point of bringing up that this crowd was black and gay? I don't understand the relevance in the context.
I'm sorry, hold on. Mr. Grandis, you're asking questions of Mr. Condon, not the licensee.
Oh, I apologize. I'll wait till we get to the, okay. So Mr. Condon, have you been to this venue in the past?
I have.
And on any of the nights that you can recollect, because you know, it may not have been important at the time, did they use promoters in any time that you had been there in the past?
This is the first time that I'm aware of them utilizing a promoter.
If I understand the report, the victims, I think, stated they did not know who the perpetrator was. Is that what I read in your report?
That's correct. The suspects got away, no police were called, and he doesn't know why or who they were, why the fight started or who they were.
And it looks like in the report that you had asked Mr. Richards about who the promoter was, and he gave you a name.
Mr. Richards, I don't recall, provided me a name of the promoter. I got the name of the promoter from Mr. Jablonski on Monday, November 8th, when he provided to me over the phone.
Okay, is that statement in your report that who you got?
It is, yes. He has,
Okay.
Mr. Jablonski stated the promoter's name was Daryl, unsure of last name or contact info.
Okay, I must be reading a different section on page 4. It says Mr. Richards stated he was unaware of Daryl's last name.
Yeah, that's a typo. That's supposed to be Mr. Jablonski.
Ah, that clarifies a bit. Okay, so did you ever follow up with the establishment on if they would provide the last name of that promoter?
I never looked into it further with the establishment, but I conducted my own research and found a social media advertisement of Daryl Wilson advertising.
What's the
for
last
that.
name?
Wilson.
I'm sorry, what's the last name?
Wilson. Yep.
And did you, during your investigation in putting these reports together, did you try to reach out to Mr. Wilson?
I could not find any contact info for him. Mr. Jablonski couldn't provide any contact information, and there was no contact info online that I could find.
You know from your experience, and you may not, when a establishment utilizes a promoter, do they usually have a contract?
Some establishments do, I believe.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for not following who I should be questioning. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chair, can I ask the owner a question?
No, Mr. Short, you cannot ask him.
I'll wait until it's time to talk to Mr.
Until
Jablonski.
he testifies, sir, then you can ask him a question. Now we're asking questions of the government's witness. Mr. Kundo, who specifically told you who provided security?
I was told by Sean Smith, who was the manager at the time of the incident, as well as Mr. Jablonski, as well as Mr. James Richards, who was the general manager at the establishment. All three told me security was provided by the promoter.
And did you ask specifically of any of these individuals whether or not the establishment had their own security?
I did not ask that. I'm not sure if they had their own security in conjunction with the promoters.
So why can't the promoter not provide security?
Per regulations, an establishment cannot allow a promoter to provide security, even in conjunction with the establishment security.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members before we move on? All right. Mr. Jablonski, do you have any questions of the investigator based on the questions the board asked?
No, no more at this time.
Mr. Ortiz, any redirect?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Colon, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go. Mr. Ortiz, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Mr. Chairperson, that's the district's case.
All right, the government rests. Mr. Jablonski, do you wish to make an opening statement? So are you going to be the only witness to testify, sir, or you have witnesses you plan to call?
No, I'm the only witness, and I would like to make a opening statement now that I think will answer, I know, Commissioner Grandis's question, and then kind of give a little context to understand why I asked those questions of Inspector Condon.
All right, let me. Well, you're going to give an opening statement, and then you're going to move into your
Testimony.
statement. Okay, so just let me just have you raise your right. Let me swear you on then. You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So the Ugly Mug has been on Capitol Hill for about 18, 19 years. During the course of the pandemic, some of the businesses around the Mug started to either close or fail or change hands and those things. We have always been a very inclusive establishment before it was a cool word to say. So we had always had a whole bunch of different walks of life. However, there was a restaurant bar down the street called The Mill that closed, or was closed, one of the two. I'm not really sure how it happened, but that was a gay bar, mostly older Black gay. That crowd started to come to us at the Mug. And as we came out of COVID, they explained to me, the promoter Daryl and a bunch of the regulars, that they used to do this traditional First Friday party. We're not a club. We normally don't have a lot of security, and we're more around sporting events and neighborhood get-togethers and happy hours and karaoke kind of thing. So that being said, when Daryl came to me, I said, well, how are you going to handle security for this? Because I was told by him and other people that that crowd is, you need to have a certain type of security to deal with this crowd, is what I was told. I was like, okay. So he gave me a name of a company called AP Professionals Securities. I talked to the person who owned it, and he explained to me that he had done events for him before at the park and at other larger clubs. And so I said to Daryl, okay, well, let's go with this company. But, depending upon the size of your crowd, we need to make sure that we have enough people and the right people for your crowd. Being on the street where I am, across the street from the Marine Barracks, I was also very conscious of people spilling outside and that kind of thing. So I wanted to make sure we had enough presence for the outside. The agreement that we have, and we've always had, because we still do the First Fridays, is that we work through this company. I now have one paid employee who is there at the front door with them, because I have a cover charge amendment and we charge a cover charge. And our agreement is that whatever the cost of security is, comes out of the cover charge. That cover charge pays the security, which is my money. And then there's a split between us, the promoter, and I for the rest. That's how I've operated. And no one has said anything until I got this notice in the mail. Now, this notice in the mail, like he said, was started over a simple assault claim. It wasn't over a security claim. And frankly, I feel like it was a setup, because he asked me a question, I explained what it was, but then he never once mentioned anything about, oh, did you know that security isn't supposed to be supplied by a promoter? Or was there no conversation with this? I've been doing this for a long time. I'm a bar restaurant guy. I'm not a nightclub guy. So I feel like he could have very easily said something to me like, oh, you can't supply it. I've been like, well, when you say supply, do you mean like pay for it or actually supply it? Because we go through a company. And he never once followed up with me on that. He never once followed up and asked any questions about Daryl's last name to talk to the promoter. He never once followed up and asked any questions about the security company or even asked if I had anyone there. Nor did he ever follow up and even say, how do you pay for it? So I believe that I follow the rules and that we can sit here and argue about what the word supply means because you supply security, right? To me, supplying security is someone who's paying for security if you're using a company. So I believe that I didn't break this rule at all and that the $2,000 fine is absurd for it in and of itself. And that's why I'm here talking to you today.
Anything else you want to say, sir?
No, not this time.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes. Mr. Jablowski, you told Investigator Condon that the promoter provided security, correct?
That was the first sentence I said to him, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Jablonski, did you make any disclosures for this case?
I'm sorry?
Did you disclose any documents? I'm sorry, you stated that the promoter, that the cost was paid. All right, who paid for the security?
I did. The restaurant did.
Did you provide us any documents to document that you paid for the security, sir?
Security normally paid by cash at the end of the night. So we paid them that night on the spot because I don't have security regularly. So it's not a regular thing where I have security all the time. So this is something that there's a set fee. We pay them depending upon how many people come.
And so how much did you pay the security for this night?
That night, I believe it was $350 for 3 people.
Any questions by anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short. Mr. Short, you're on mute.
Thank you. Mr. Jablonski, how are you this afternoon?
Still well, Commissioner. How are you?
Great. Now, how many years have you been in business in the District of Columbia?
18.
18 years. How many years dealing with the sale, service, and delivery of alcohol?
18.
How familiar with you on the rules and regulations that govern owners of establishments that sell, serve, and deliver alcohol?
I feel like I'm probably above average, but I have not sat down and read the statutes in the last couple of years all the way through.
So when was the last time you read them at all on any subject?
I would say I read them in 2018 when I opened up my brew pub because I was going for a brew pub amendment and there was a bunch of, let's just say, confusion on how that would work as an amendment to an existing liquor license under a restaurant. So I became pretty versed in that area. But as for a regular Class C R restaurant license, I haven't reread them in years.
Okay, not a problem. I was on the board 2018, and I have been going over the rules and regulations. So I think that the rules and regulations in 2018, and they still state today, that a owner of an establishment that sells, serves, and delivers alcohol cannot turn the control of that establishment over to anyone. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, and I didn't.
So on the night that this happened and the incident was reported and Investigator Condon came, why did Investigator Condon come to your establishment?
Investigator Condon came to our establishment because there was a fight towards the end of the night between 2 individuals. And then one of those individuals called in a simple assault.
Okay. Now, I guess what I'm trying to get to is the responsibility of the owner, which you are. And the code book says that the owner of an establishment that sells, serves, or delivers alcohol in the District of Columbia cannot turn that establishment over, control of that establishment over to anyone. And that the owner is ultimately responsible for everything that happens there.
Absolutely, Commissioner, and that's not at all what happened. My entire staff was there selling alcohol. My kitchen was open. My kitchen staff was there. My managers were there. We
So,
didn't turn that over to anyone. They just threw an event at my location, allowing them to charge a cover charge under my amendment, allowing them to play a DJ under my amendment. I did what Ozio does and Park does and every other establishment in this city does on a regular basis.
okay, I
The
understand.
only difference is that I'm not a nightclub and I don't have a normal security staff because that's not my type of place. So I hired a company that was referred to me by a promoter who dealt with this type of crowd to make sure that we had a proper security so that they felt safe as well as my staff felt safe and could handle any issues that happened, which, by the way, the issue did happen and it was handled.
All right, Mr. Jablonski, that sounds great. Now, if we were in a court of law in the District of Columbia, since the rule book says the owner is the only one that can control and operate a establishment that sells, serves, and delivers alcohol, and someone had got injured that night and you wound up in court, and the judge said to you, you are in charge of your establishment, and you would say yes, correct?
Absolutely, but I have an insurance company and they
I
would hire
understand. Wait a
attorneys
minute.
and they would represent me.
Okay,
So I wouldn't say anything.
I understand that. We're not getting into the insurance right away. But what I was asking you is if a judge in the court of law in the District of Columbia, according to our code book, were to say to you, you cannot turn your establishment over to or any control at all to a
And Mr.
promoter.
Short and Commissioner Short, sorry to cut you off, but I would tell them exactly what I told you at the original statement. I controlled that establishment the entire time. I've controlled it for 18 years. I picked a company that allowed us to choose different security people.
Okay.
I paid that security company.
Why in the world?
That security company was referred to me by a promoter.
Well, I'm not here
So,
I'm not here to argue with you, sir.
So my point to you, no, but sir, you said you want to talk about a court of law. So in a
No,
court
no,
of law,
no,
I would say
no.
to you,
I want to
I
talk
would say
about.
to you, sir,
I
I
want
would,
to
I
talk
would say
about
to you,
your.
sir, that
Hold on.
I just want to answer his question because I think it's a very valid question. It gets to the point, Commissioner.
Hold on, Mr. Job. Hold on, please. Hold on. We have a court reporter. I can only have one person speaking at a time. That's all I'm trying to do. We have a court reporter who's capturing the evidence, the testimony. So I just want to make sure that each party, please allow the other party to complete their statement before you interrupt. So therefore, we will have a clean record. That is all I'm trying to do. Okay? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Right.
Chairman, the question I have for him is finished. I'd like to ask and get a yes and no answer from Mr. Jablonski. Mr. Jablonski, yes or no? Do you hold any responsibility for the ticket that was issued to you by Investigator Condon?
Do I
Yes or
hold
no?
any responsibility for the ticket that was written by Mr. Godden? No, because I paid for security. I supplied security.
So why do you think we're here today?
Because someone wrote up something 2 years ago and I got a notice.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Jablonski. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Commissioner.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
good afternoon, sir.
Evening.
You've been there 18 years, which is remarkable. It's good to hear long-term businesses surviving in DC.
Thank you.
How many years have you used a promoter?
I just started using a promoter right out of COVID.
And I'm not talking about this evening specifically, but it would help me understand your thinking about utilizing a promoter. Do you, when you quote, hire a promoter, if that's the right word. Do you have something in writing with that company or individual?
So I do now moving forward, but like I was explaining before, when the mills got shut down, this crowd came to me. I have never dealt with promoters or this crowd before. There are two promoters that I work with now. One's named Daryl, one's named Rodney. One does what they call Saturday day parties, which are like 5 to 10 or 11 p.m. Not all the time because we have football season and other things. And then there's Daryl who does his first Friday. Those are the only two promoters that I work with. They're the only reason why I work with them is because of that crowd and now my regulars that have brought them to me. I do not like working with promoters. I have shied away from working with them over the years. However, now that we're out of the pandemic and my location is very close to the Navy Yard, I've lost somewhere between $300,000 to $600,000 a year in lunch. So my landlord doesn't really care where the money comes from. My staff doesn't care. Pepco sure doesn't either. So I had to get creative and pivot. And, you know, the reason why we've lasted 18 years is because we've always been flexible and malleable and we've worked with everyone. So that is who we work with. We still work with them. Those are the only people that I will work with. I've had other promoters try to come and ask me to do things, and I'm like, no, it's too young of a crowd or something else. Like, I like the crowd that I have. Besides this incident that we're here for today, the fight is the only fight I've had in 2+ years. I've been very clear with promoters. I said, if this happens again, we're done. I'm not jeopardizing my license and my reputation and any of these headaches because of your crowd if it's going to be an aggressive fighting nature. And they have very much protected their own, and they very much regulate amongst themselves to make sure that there aren't any issues because they like the fact that we have been very welcoming and we open our arms and let them in. And we've worked with them doing charity, different kind of charitable things and all sorts of other stuff like that. So those are the only promoters I work with. And like I said, the only reason why I went to them was because of COVID, and my whole business model for the previous 15 years basically got torn up and thrown out.
So the evening of the incident, were you in your establishment that evening?
I was there earlier. I wasn't there at the time of the actual fight occurred like right towards last call. I turned over the video. I want to say it was late, but I was there at the beginning. I actually met with the security and the people that were there and my manager and them. And I said, okay, guys, here's the deal. I need to make sure 2 of you are out front at all times. 1 of you has to be by the door because they're collecting money. And then the other one needs to be roaming upstairs and making sure everything's okay. And you guys can rotate. On top of the security there, like I said, my managers were there. I had 2 managers there that were also there, plus my full bar staff, plus full kitchen staff. So, it was a busy night, but it wasn't overly busy because we were just coming out of COVID. November 2021, we weren't really back to normal, whatever that means yet. So it wasn't a super busy night of that thing. But the company that we had, this company has experience of dealing with this crowd. And what I've learned over the years in the bar industry is that you have certain crowds that deal with people in certain ways. And if you do not have a security presence that can diffuse things, they could just make it worse. So I wanted to make sure that the security that was there could diffuse situations and not accelerate them. And that's what they did that night with the fight. And since then, we haven't had a single issue.
So you weren't there when the incident occurred. When were you notified of the incident?
So I was notified of the incident the next morning by the managers. And I talked to the promoter. I was not happy. And the promoter, was adamant that it was a lover's quarrel. It was not a big deal. We took care of it. You know, trust me, it won't happen again. When the investigator came by, I basically told him the same thing. You know, I showed him the film, and I thought that was it. At no point, like I said, did he start digging in about, you know, who provided the security and how was it paid for and any of that other stuff.
Okay, so your manager on duty when the incident occurred, he was aware that the incident was a more than a verbal confrontation. There was, from reading the report, it turned into some type of pushing or whatever. So was your manager aware? Did that manager inform you about the incident when you talked to him?
Yeah, so my general manager was there that night. And the reason why my general manager was there, which goes to my point, was because we were monitoring the door cover charge, and we were responsible to pay the security. So I wanted him to make sure that the security actually got paid from that money. So what I understand from that, the manager on duty was there, my GM was there also. The fight happened at the front door, like right inside the front door. There was a verbal altercation. The video that I shared shows it very clearly. They started fighting, basically fell to the floor, and then security came, picked them up, and got them out.
Okay, so your manager was aware of that at the time of the incident.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
he
you
was.
stated.
I mean,
Yes,
he was made
he was
aware of
there.
it after. So security handled it, and then they told him. And by the time he told them, they had already left, and it was over.
Did your manager or anyone who works for you call MPD or our investigators when they became aware of the incident?
No, because there was no one there to call an incident on. Everyone that was involved left.
That wasn't my question.
No, we didn't call.
And when the investigator spoke with you the first time, you said you were unaware of Daryl's last name.
That's correct.
In the report. Okay. But you had already negotiated with Daryl that he wanted to bring his event to your venue.
That is correct.
And there was a discussion of fees during that, or who takes responsibility for what when you spoke with Mr. Darrow?
Yes. So when we discussed it, we discussed how the cover charge would be split, who would be responsible for what. So he was responsible for bringing in a DJ. That's when he made the suggestion of the company, the security company, because like I said, at that time, I didn't really know a security company. Plus, we were coming out of COVID, so I didn't even know if anyone was still open, who was still working. You know, he made the suggestion. We talked to the security company, and then we made an agreement. Okay, there's going to be this many people for this much security. Out of the door, we get this. We pay the DJ this, and then the rest gets split. And at the time, because that was our first time doing a First Friday, I didn't even know if it was going to last. So I honestly had him in my phone at that time, Daryl Promoter. Now I obviously know his last name and I have a better relationship with him. But you know, at the time, that's who he was, and he was right.
So when you were asked by our investigator for this person's name, you did not think it was something that you should find out and give the investigator that last name? You didn't think that was important?
At the time when he called me, we were talking about the fight, and I said, his name's Daryl. I'm not sure of his last name. And he never came back and asked me another question about it. He would have come back and said, hey, what's his last name? I would have been like, hey, he never questioned me for it. Like I said, at the time, we were talking about a simple assault that occurred. This had nothing to do with the promoter or anything else.
Well, it was the promoter who had the invitation list of who was coming in. That's what promoters do. They promote to whatever audience that they work with. So, so
Well, he didn't have a list, sir. I'm sorry to cut you off. There's no list. He just puts it out there. There's a cover charge. Here's music. Come play.
That's not my point. My point is that you were asked for this individual's last name. You hired this individual, and yet you didn't think it was relevant for you to inquire, even because the investigator inquired. You didn't think it was relevant for you to inquire what the person's last name was. And we can leave it at that, because that's what happened. You did not.
No, Commissioner, that's not what
Yes.
happened. He asked me if I knew the last name at the time. I talked to him about it. I said, no, I
Yes.
didn't. The investigator never followed up. He never called back and said, do you have his last name? I said, I'm not sure of his last name at the time because it was my first time ever working with him. If he would have followed up, I would have happily given his name and his contact information.
I appreciate your point of view. Okay. I got it. Okay. Now, I will go back to the question I attempted to ask you earlier, and the chairman was correct, and I apologize. I went out of order. Now that you've had various First Fridays and whatever the Saturday thing is called with this group of people, do they behave differently than other groups of people that come to your establishment? Because you keep referring to them as maybe some other species or something else.
No.
So I'm sort of unsettled
No,
in the
this
district.
is, please.
Sir, I'm talking. Sir, I'm talking. In the district, we protect everyone. So I'm just sort of puzzled what in your mind distinguishes this group of people from other people who come to your establishment.
May I answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, first of all, I am not unaware that I am a white male talking about a black gay crowd. And I also want to state that in no way, I feel like the question you asked me was geared towards a homophobic, racist tone, which we're not. We are inclusive of everyone. The reason why the crowd comes to us is because they feel comfortable there. They have requested certain things and certain people to deal with them because they are comfortable with that. They are very good customers. They take good care of the establishment, and they take good care of my staff. So, as a smart business owner, I want to do everything I can to make them comfortable. So when they suggested a certain type of security because they have a relationship with them and they're comfortable with them, I went with it because I wanted them to be comfortable. I have been working with this same demographic for years. Now, they keep coming back. Not only do they keep coming back, they get bigger. Matter of fact, this year, I am the launch party for Black Gay Pride Weekend on Thursday at the Ugly Mug. So that tells you that obviously we have a good relationship. And what I thought I was doing was common sense and being practical because, yes, I understand there are people out there that look at people in different ways because of who they are, their lifestyle, whatever. I am not one of those people because I personally think live and let live. However, I am not oblivious to the fact that there are certain kinds of people that can make other kinds of people uncomfortable. And I want those people to be comfortable, and I don't care what crowd it is. So I'm not talking about them as if they are a separate species, but there is a reality that they are a separate group of people that have different views and different things, and they want to be comfortable around it. So that's why I deferred to the promoter who had a long experience promoting these kind of parties and is in the community to tell me these are the people that I've worked with before that handle them well in the event that there's a situation. I said, perfect. Those are the people I want. And so that's why we hired them. So
I want to thank you. I want to thank you because that helps clarify your thinking that I understand. And I want to thank you for taking time to do that. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Just one last question. So you're saying the security company that you referenced was AP Security. Is that correct?
I believe it's called AP Professional Security, but they're AP. Yeah.
AP Professional. So, have you worked with them subsequent, or was this the only time you worked with them?
We work with them, and then we also now have a couple of in-house, I call them in-house security, that has worked for them and then for other places. Because once we started doing these parties and then the mill had closed and some other places had closed, there was security that worked at other bars that were looking for jobs. So now we have a in-house security of 2 to 3 people, depending on the size, and then we use these other companies to supplement for different parties, depending upon how it is. And that's how we work with them. We also work with another company too that helps offer security as well, depending upon what's going on in the city.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ortiz, any
No, I don't
withdrawals?
have any questions.
All right. Do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Jablonski?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Does the government wish to make a closing statement? And for your closing statement, that I need the parties to tell us specifically what it is that they're asking the board to do.
Yes, a brief closing statement from the district.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. The government has proven to the board by substantial evidence that the licensee allowed a promoter to provide security in violation of DC Code Section 25-797B. We heard from Investigator Condon that he spoke to the owner, Mr. Jablonski, and Mr. Jablonski told him that the promoter provided security. In fact, Mr. Jablonski even testified that that is what he said to the investigator. We also heard from Investigator Condon that he spoke with 2 other employees at the establishment, and they confirmed Mr. Jablonski's statements that the security was provided by a promoter. Mr. Jablonski also testified that he typically did not, he does not have a nightclub. He does not typically, during that time, he did not have security before, and therefore he did not have any business with securities at that time. That being said, the government has therefore proven that the charge in the notice to show cause. The government recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
Thank you. Closing, sir.
Thank you. So I'd like to first off by discussing something that Attorney Ortiz brought up. The fact that my managers thought that the security was provided by something, frankly, doesn't prove anything, because you can walk into any bar in this city, ask a manager a question, and probably get the wrong answer. Managers and even general managers are not always a part of what it is. Secondly, Attorney Ortiz also conveniently left out the fact that I paid for security, therefore I provided security. I've gone into great detail explaining why I work with this promoter and how I got the security, which I think there's no rule or reason saying you can't do that. But the letter of the law, to provide security means to pay for it, not to make a suggestion of who to work with. There's no proof by the government that anyone but me paid for that security. Therefore, they have not proven that anyone but me provided security. Nobody else had control of the establishment. My staff was there. I was on controlling everything else. So therefore, I ask the board to dismiss this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? Meaning that, do you want to say this is like write a legal brief basically explaining what the facts, what was proven today, or just have the board make a decision on the presentation that was made today?
The district waives its right.
The ugly mug waives its right.
All right, thank you. All right, the board will issue a decision in 90 days. And give me a minute, please. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 CMP 00073, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 21 CMP 00073, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before, so now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Again, I said the board will issue a decision. Thank you very much for your presentation today. And the board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. We're at the end of our morning calendar. And what I'm going to do, we're going to take a lunch break. I will do our agenda items later on this afternoon. So what I'll do is that I'll ask all board members, we'll go take a half an hour lunch break. I will ask the board members to log on to executive session at 1:30, and we will come back to our public session at 1:45. So board members, please log back onto executive session at 1:30, and we will resume our public hearing at 1:45. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Join me this afternoon are four other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis should join us shortly. The board has 5 members in attendance. That constitutes a quorum. And just for the general public, as long as there are 3 members available there, that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, we have 3 cases on the calendar. I will call each case and our IT specialist will elevate your rights. If you have any questions, please reach out to in the question and answer feature for if you need any technical assistance. All right, so the first case on our afternoon session is a public hearing on Chapter 2 license and permit categories rule making. Mr. Oriana, can you please look to see if there's anyone online who wishes to participate in the public hearing on Chapter 2 license and permit categories rulemaking, please?
The only attendees are the court reporter.
All right, thank you. All right. Our afternoon session was supposed to have started at 1:30. It is now 1:48. But I'll just make this announcement. So this is an announcement. This is a public hearing on Chapter 23, Title 23, Chapter 2, rulemaking. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here today pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25-211 to conduct a public hearing and take comment on a proposed rulemaking that makes several amendments to Title 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations, DCMR. This proposed rulemaking was adopted by the board on March 29, 2023, on a 6-0 vote. In particular, the proposed rulemaking would make conforming amendments to Chapter 2 in accordance with recent changes made by the reopened DC Alcoholic Beverage Regulations Administration Act of 2021, effective June 30th, 2022, DC Law 24-127, 69 DCR 5071. Specifically, the proposed rules are intended to 1, create 2 new licenses, add corresponding license fees, and 3, update the licensing renewal period table. The rules also clarify that hotels do not need to carry out a delivery endorsement to sell alcoholic beverages to their guests, and the proposed rules strike references to delicatessens, which is no longer recognized as a licensed category. I want to be clear that the board is not seeking to make any substantive changes to the licensing fees, which is Section 208, or the application fees, which is Section 210 at this juncture. I will begin this hearing by opening the floor to anyone who wishes to provide testimony. If anyone has prepared written remarks, please submit them to ABRA, abca.legal@dc.gov. We will ensure that they are properly filed with the board's official records. And I just want to clarify one other time with you, Mr. Oriana. Is there anyone else online who wishes to participate in this public hearing today?
The answer is still no, just the court reporters.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. As I stated, there is a public hearing that was scheduled for 1:30. Public notice was provided. It was listed on our calendar for the public to participate. And seeing that since this hearing was scheduled for 1:30, it is now 1:51, and no member of the public has logged on to participate in this hearing. I will formally close the hearing. The public will still have an opportunity to comment on these rules prior to them becoming finalized. But thank you very much for your attention today regarding the public hearing. All right. The next case on our calendar is is a show cause hearing, case number 22 CMP 00075, 1942 DC, license number 70728. This hearing has been rescheduled to May 17th at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 23 PRO 00004, Buddy's DC, license number 123008. This is an application to renew the license. The applicant has requested a continuance and the protestants uncontested. We will provide a date. This matter then is rescheduled to a date to be determined. And with that, we are at the end of our calendar for this afternoon. So since we're at the end of our afternoon calendar, let's now do our legal agenda for the day. The first matter on our legal agenda for the afternoon is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 26, 2023 for case number 22 CMP 00085, Delia's Catering, license number 103563. The offer in compromise is as follows. For charge 1, imported into the district a quantity of wine and spirits in excess of 1 case. This is the first primary tier violation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-772A and 23 DCMR Section 2004.1. There is a fine of $1,000 to be payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 2, failed to have the holder of a caterer's license or a designated manager on the premises for the duration of a catered event. This is a first secondary tier violation. Statutory authority, 23 DCMR Section 2005.1. There's a $250 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 3, purchase alcoholic beverages from a wholesaler for a scheduled event to be attended by more than 100 people without holding an on-premises retailer's license. This is the first secondary tier violation. Statutory authority, 23 DCMR Section 2002.1, and there is a $250 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 25th, 2023 for case number 23 CMP 00006, ABT Liquor, license number 112278. And the offer in compromise for this matter, charge 1, allow the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582382. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement dated April 15th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Vagabond, license number 120426. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated April 24th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Old City 1 Cafe, license number 124035. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of applicant and ANC 6B's request to extend the protest petition deadline dated April 12, 2023. This is in the Lola's protest matter, license number 086141. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of applicant and ANC 6B's request to extend protest petition deadline dated April 12, 2023. This is in Mason and Greens, license number 123414. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Grandis, Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of the government's uncontested motion to continue show cause hearing in case number 22 CMP 00075, 1942 DC, license number 070728. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato
Jenny Hansen
seconds.
will second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Hanson have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of correspondence from Ivan SZPAK or WSKI dated April 7th, 2023, in accordance with a moratorium on additional licenses in the Westminster Neighborhood Association area. This is just an FYI for the board. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application of stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Mason and Greens, license number 123414. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review request to remove the license from safekeeping to reopen immediately. This is for Aquino Sushi Bar and Thai at Capitol Hill, license number 124172. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Weltman's Liquor, license number 117339. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for the wine specialist, license number 110396. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review application for a class change from retailer C Tavern to a retailer C restaurant. This is for Haman Braska, license number 121652. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review application for class change from retailer C Tavern to retailer C Restaurant. This is the Atrium Bar, license number 121651. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review application to change hours to extend operations. This is for Bunker, license number 122706. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review application for an entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only twice a week. This is for Extreme Pizza, license number 121794. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review application to review of application request to add a detached kiosk to the licensed establishment. This is for Kinfolk Southern Kitchen, license number 124085. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review request for approval of an off-premises storage permit endorsement located at 1933 Montana Avenue Northeast. This is for Bassins MacArthur Liquors, license number 000104. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, a review application for the carry out and deliver endorsement. This is for Capo, C-A-P-O, license number 103693. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Mama San / Charlotte. License number 114205. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review request to allow Tasted Chicken Holdings LLC to serve as paymaster for the alcoholic beverage wholesale and manufacturer invoice received by the licensee. This request has been made by Honeymoon Fried Chicken, license number 118483. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
And Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review request to remove the entertainment endorsement from the license. This is Love Makato, M-A-K-O-T-O, license number 121351. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen,
Cato
will
seconds.
second.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 15, review request to withdraw the application for a new ABC license. This is for Michelle's Baker's daughter Eaton, license number 123547. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The only agenda item on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support for an entertainment endorsement substantial change. This is for Lola's license number 086141. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Divines, license number 091199. Establishment is out of business. Little Red Fox, license number 092834. The licensee requested cancellation. Little Red Fox, license number 092836. The licensee requests cancellation. The next case is Coffee Culture 2 LLC, license number 109311. Licensee requests cancellation. And the last licensee on this agenda is Juicy King Crabs Express, license number 119709. The licensee requested cancellation. I make a motion for the ABC Board that these licenses be canceled. Is there a second?
Bobby
Jenny
Cato
Hansen will
seconds.
second.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board temporary the board's temporary license and 1 day substantial change docket. Initially, on this docket, there are 21. There are more, but I'm going to read the first 21. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the name of the applicant, the type of license that they request, and the date, the license number, the number. At the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC. I'll give the recommendations, and at the end, I'll ask the board to approve these recommendations. So the first request is a request from Megan Conley for 1 day license class F. This is for the Spring Bazaar. This is on May 6th. The license number is 124515. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. The next request is a request from Christopher Butts, a 1 day license class F, but it's a birthday party. This is on April 29th. The license number is 124533, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 3, the request from Cynthia Belmonte, a 1 day license class F, PTA fundraiser. This is May 15th. The license number is 124548, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, a request from David Vander Slice for 1 day license class F, private catering event. This is on April 27th through the 28th. The license number is 124576, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 5, a request from Renee Hayden, 1 day license class F, wedding reception, May 4th. License number is 124584, 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 6, a request from Rafi, R-A-F-F-I, Sahok, S-A-H-A-K-Y-A-N, a 1 day license class F, Armenian Food Festival. This is on May 19th through May 20th. The license number is 124585, 200 attendees per day, 4 security guards. Number 7, a request from Alan Tubis, a 1 day license class F, the 31st annual barbecue battle. The license number is 124604, 10,000 attendees in wave throughout the event, 45 security guards. Number 8, a request from Kathleen Meskill, a 1 day license class F. This is for the AARP tax event. This is on April 30th, 2023. The license number is 124620, 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 9, A request from Marsha Young, one-day license, Class G, birthday party, May 7th. The license number is 124507, 850 attendees, 30 security guards. Number 10, request from Robert Jordan, one-day license, Class G, private event, April 21st. This event occurred April 21st. License number 124559, 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 11, a request from Stephen Salem, SALM. This is for the Vegan Asian Food Tasting. This is April 27th through April 30th. The license number is 124600, 130 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 12, a request from Alicia Wimmer, one-day license, Class G, the AAPI charity dining event. This is May 19th through May 20th. The license number is 124608, 500 attendees in waves throughout the event, 15 security guards. Number 13, a request from Zachary Coles, one-day license, Class G. Soft opening, license number is 124609, 300 attendees in waves throughout the event. No more than 89 patrons at one time, 4 security guards. Number 14, request from the Fraternal Order of Police for one-day substantial change. This is for an outdoor vendors for the community. This is May 13 and May 14th. The nature of substantial change to use the license off premises at 1900 W Place Northeast. The license number is 09060161. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00671. 300 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 15, a request from Pardisio, P-A-R-A-I-S-O, a one-day license class, a one-day substantial change. This is for Cinco de Mayo. They're requesting to have a mariachi band. The license number is 111597. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00683. 100 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 16, a request from Bass Q Bar, a one-day substantial change for a music festival. This is June 17th. The rain date is June 18th. The license number is 102866. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00686. 400 attendees in waves throughout the event, 6 security guards. Number 17, a request from Hell's Kitchen, a one-day substantial change, wedding reception. This is on June 10th. The nature of substantial change to close the public and host wedding indoors and outdoors with live band as entertainment. This is the substantial change license is 23 SC 00694, 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 18, a request from Levi DC United, one-day substantial change for a pre-game tailgate party. This is on April 29th. The nature of substantial change to host pre-game tailgate directly in front of the stadium at Audi Field. The license number is 060462. Substantial change license 23 SC 00695. Number 19, another request from Levy at DC United, one-day substantial change, a pre-game tailgate party. This is on April 30th. The license number is 060462. The substantial change number license is 23 SC 00696. Number 20, a request from Entertainment Factory LLC for pub crawl, Pride Pub Crawl, June 17th. The license number is 121481. The substantial change license 23 PCE 00015. This is for 2,000 participants. Number 21, a request from Regmo Promo Holding Inc. Pub Crawl. This is on September 2nd. The license number is 104072, the substantial change license 23 PCE 00016. I make a motion that ABC board approves all these requests for licenses. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato seconds the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now there is a list of 5 events that already occurred, so I'm asking the board to vote to retroactively approve these events. So the first event was a request from Amos, AMOES, for one-day license class F. This was for bridal shower. This was on April 22nd. The license number is 1245000 for the attendee, 1 security guard. The second request was a request from William Woodson for one-day license class F. This is for the brand relaunch party. This was on April 20th. The license number is 12451, 100 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 3, a request from Steve Billy Das, a one-day license class G. New programming and cocktail reception. This was on April 19th. The license number is 124323, 75 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 4, request from Zachary Coles, one-day license class G, soft opening. This was April 21st through April 23rd. The license number is 124575, 300 attendees and waves throughout the event for security guard. I make a motion that the board retroactively approves those requests. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're now for the board's license administrative docket. This is a docket where these either licenses, this is the last process in the board issuing licenses for these establishments, or they're asking the board to make changes to the licenses. So I will read the list off the applicant. There are 22 applicants on this docket. So I'm going to read the names of the applicant, the class category, and what's been requested. And at the end of the docket, I will ask the board to approve the requests. The first request, a request made from Il East Burger, license number is 122788. Their Retail SE Tavern Entertainment Endorsement Application. Number 2, a request from Culture, license number 118175, Retail SE Tavern, trade name change application, adding an additional name. The new name is Cultura/Vera, VERA. Number 3, the District Sports Bar, license number 122413, Retail SE Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is now Prima, PRIMADC. Number 4, 1905 Lounge DC, license number 122135, Retail SE Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is The Groove Lounge. Number 5, the Artemis, ARTEMIS, license number 117517, Retail SE Tavern, sports wagering endorsement application. Number 6, Kite 5 Pub, license number 121974, Retail SE Tavern, sports wagering endorsement application. Number 7, Charles E. Smith Center, license number 001070, Retail CX multipurpose facility. Letter of request to remove the officer Deborah Delano, secretary. Number 8, Restaurant Associates, license number 118861, Caterer license. Letter of request to remove the officer Deborah Delana, Secretary. Number 9, Compass Groups USA Inc., license number 083052, Caterer license. Letter of request to remove the officer Deborah Delano, Secretary. Number 10, Murphy's Grill, license number 105876, Retailer C Restaurant. Letter of request to remove the officer Deborah Delano, Secretary. Number 11, Pink Taco, license number 119694, Retailer C Tavern, change of officer application. Rio ROI Manor, MANOR, manager. Number 12, this is for a personal importation permit application for Jose Luis Daniel Jr. The license number is 23 IMP 00010. Number 13, request from Whole Foods Market, license number 122967, Retailer D Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 14, Whole Foods Market, license number 122966, Retailer B Full Service Grocery Store, new ABC license application. Number 15, Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535, Retailer A Internet Transfer to New Location application. The new address is 3525 V Street Northeast. Number 16, Flora Pizzeria, license number 124062, Retailer D Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 17, Eckington Hall, license number 123793, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 18, Zoo, ZOOZ, license number 124023, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 19, Space DC, license number 124237, Retailer C Tavern, transfer without sale application. Number 20, Taqueria Habanero number 3, license number 123918, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 21, Old City One Cafe, license number 124035, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. And number 22, Northwest Liquors, license number 060270, Retailer A Liquor Store, stock transfer application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato seconds the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now we move to the second licensing administrative docket. This is for streetery. So all these are applications to add a streetery endorsement to their license. There are 6 applicants on this agenda. I will name all 6 applicants, and at the end, I will ask the ABC Board to approve the new endorsement, the new streetery endorsement on their license. So the first license applicant is Blue Jack, the Arsenal. The license number is 090281, their Retailer C Restaurant. Again, the streetery endorsement application. Number 2, Halo, JALEO, license number 121497, Retailer C Restaurant, streetery endorsement application. Number 3, China Chilcano, license number 095739, Retailer C Restaurant, streetery endorsement application. Number 4, Oyamel, OYAMEL, license number 075944, Retailer C Restaurant, streetery endorsement application. Number 5, Yellow, license number 121932, Retailer C Restaurant, streetery endorsement application. Number 6, Shillen Cannon Company, license number 1010638, Retailer C, Restaurant Street Endorsement Application. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these endorsements to those applicants. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. All right. We now move to our cease and desist agenda. This is the board will be issuing cease and desist orders to the following Class C and D establishments. I will review the list. I believe there's 23, but there's only 21 that I will review in the record. And once I review all 21 names, I'm asking the ABC Board to issue to approve the motion to issue cease and desist orders to the following Class C and D establishment. So the first establishment is SETE, license number 060669. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Royal Thai Cuisine and Bar, license number 079108. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Los Cuatres Restaurant, CUATES Restaurant, license number 079261. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. The next number 4 is La Dulce Noche, license number 092426. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Number 5, DBGB Kitchen and Bar, license number 094697. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. The next establishment is Fat Pete's Barbecue, license number 095574. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. The next establishment is Thai X in 9th Street, THAIX-ING 9th Street. The license number is 096629. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Knollwood Apartments, license number 096716. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Boogelmonger Restaurant, license number 102907. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Los Cuatres Restaurant, license number 103576. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 12, Roy Boys, license number 112358. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Easy Eats, license number 112757. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Toscana Market, license number 114180. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Le Mirch, M-I-R-C-H, license number 115028. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. IRCAS Kitchen, IRCIAS Kitchen, license number 116124. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Amsterdam Falafel Shop Adamo. So it's Amsterdam FALAFELSHOP ADMO. The license number is 116948. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Butter Chicken Company 3, license number 117385. The licensee did not pay the fee. Shinwari Grill, license number 117478. The licensee did not pay the annual fee. Le Cavacha Bistro, license number 117768. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Handle 19, license number 119122. licensee did not pay the annual fee. Delivered license number 121946, the licensee did not pay the annual fee. And so therefore I make a motion that ABC Board issues cease and desist orders to these establishments. Is there a second?
Jenny
Bob
Hansen
Cato
will second.
seconds.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cease and this is our cease and desist Class A agenda. The ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following Class A licenses. So I'll read the names of the licenses, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the board to approve the issuing of cease and desist orders for these establishments. A&S Grocery, license number 101367, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Supreme Quarry Craft Cider, license number 105787, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Kana, license number 115507, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Widget Wine, license number 117634, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Heights Liquor, license number 118369, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. New Columbia Distilleries / Green Hat Gin / Green Hat Distillery, distillery license number 119963, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. And Bolt, BOLT-D, license number 121818, the licensee did not pay the annual fee. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board issue cease and desist orders for these Class A establishments. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Cato seconds.
Mr. Short and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And we're now at the last agenda for the day. This is for the caterers cease and desist agenda. The ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following caterers for the reasons outlined before. I'm going to issue the names and give the reasons why. And at the end of the list, I'll ask that the ABC Board authorize the agency to issue cease and desist orders. The first caterer is the Trump International Hotel, Washington, D.C. / BLT Prime, license number 104527. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Flash, license number 105774. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Service Bar, license number 106553. Licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. The Duck and the Perch / the Wells / La Palina, license number 113986. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Sangria Bar and Grill, license number 120675. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. And His and Hers Restaurant DC, license number 121770. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board issues cease and desist orders to the caterers whose name were just listed. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the day. If there's no further business, I will now adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 3rd, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 3rd, as published in the DC Register on April 28th, 2023. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, as second the motion, will now have a roll call vote. Now that it's been proper second. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also with our board members who participate. So we're now adjourned for the day. I would ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.